engine here with the National Weather Service. Not seeing a lot of information here. Just there is a lot of heavy rain, so there's been some flash flood warnings that have been in effect as well with these storms. Now I'll go ahead and zoom back out here. Here's one of the off to the east. We have, or excuse me, off to the west, we have a flash flood warning that's in effect for portions of Illinois. This heavy rain is going to continue to push off to the east. North central Indiana is going to be inundated with copious amounts of heavy rain. But again, let's go back to our tornado warned area here, Benton County, the southeastern portion of Benton County. I'll go ahead and pause this back to have no lapse on it, and zooming in here a little closer, we'll go ahead and put our storm relative velocity here. It looks like this is becoming a little bit more broader rotation, perhaps. We may not be seeing as much rotation with this, and hopefully maybe they'll even be able to expire it a little earlier. But we're still seeing some of that rotation, which is very much what we are watching, unfortunately, with looking at the parameters. A lot of prime ingredients with a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere causing these storms to circulate and producing some of these tornadoes that are spinning up and causing some of these areas to be under this tornado warning. And this is the area here. Sounds like we have another tornado warning that was out here for, let me see. We have a tornado warning in effect for now, Fountain and Warren counties. As I was mentioning, I did think that we might see some of those starting to rotate in that area, and we'll zoom down here. My computer has not quite updated with that warning, but we do have a tornado that is warned for Fountain and Warren counties until 5:30 this evening, and that is just also near Williamsport, or 12 miles northeast of Danville, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So hopefully my system will come up to date on that, but we knew that this unfortunately looked like there could be some really good parameters, again, as I mentioned, for some of these stronger storms. But the city of Oxford, we also have this area here that is perhaps not seeing as strong a rotation. It's becoming a little bit broader, but nonetheless, if you are in this area of Oxford into the entire county, and perhaps even off a little bit farther to the east, as you go into the Brookston area, into White, Cass, Carroll counties, just please be on guard, because these storms are going to be moving into your area. Hopefully they will start to fall apart, but right now we're still seeing some significant rotation. All right, here we go with this tornado warned area. Again, this is for Warren and Fountain counties until 5:30. Zooming in here, we do have some rotation within this storm system, and I'll go ahead and put on circle the area here. This is just to the south of Old Town and south of West Lebanon, and all of this pushing off to the northeast around 35 miles per hour. I know Sean Ash is now arriving here, so he's going to be helping me out here, but we're going to go ahead and do a time of arrival with this storm system, taking this at about 35 miles per hour. So if you're in the town of Williamsport, it is going to be in your area around 7 minutes. Attica in around 11 minutes. So please get to your safe spot right now. I'll zoom in a little closer to this area along 400 West, 575 South, State Road 263. This is going to be crossing State Road 263 here in the matter of minutes, if not already over that area. So I'll zoom back out again. This is a tornado warned area for Warren and Fountain counties for Williamsport and Attica into 11 minutes with that. And I'll zoom out here a little closer. Again, we still have that warned area in Benton County. The rotation not quite as significant there. But nonetheless, we still want to have you stay in your safe spot. If you're in Warren County, still stay there. We're starting to see that pushing off to the east. But for areas of Forceman and some of these county road areas, I know there's a lot of farmland in this area. Please use some caution if you are in some of this area here. This is why we're on the air, to keep you safe. So just know that that is happening. To the south, we have this warned area that is for Warren and Fountain counties. Zoom out here again, and we'll take a look at some of the reflectivity within this storm system. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at if we can see anything on our debris detector here. Not seeing anything just yet. I'll see if I can back this up a few minutes here and see if we can see anything developing. Oh, there might have been there something a little bit in this area, that just a West Lebanon area. All right, so we do know that there's a lot of heavy rainfall with this, but there also could be some hail. We weren't expecting as much hail out of this, but these strong winds are going to be with us here. And this area, I'll circle, is where we're starting to see this rotation. So if you're in this area here and going off to the northeast of it around Old Town, State Road 263, 400 South, 100 West, please get to your safe spot. These are pushing off to the northeast around 35 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and put that time of arrival again on this area here. So if you're in Williamsport, it will be in your area in 4 minutes. Attica in 8 minutes. Please get to your safe spot with this. This is a tornado warning that's in effect until 5:30 for Warren and Fountain counties. We also have a warning for Benton County, and that's also until 5:30. It's in the southeastern portion of the county of Benton, which there is a lot of farmland, but we ask you to please get into your safe spot, as we do know that these are rotating storms. We knew that they were going to be coming into a very prime environment of a lot of energy, with a lot of wind shear at the surface and in some of the mid levels. So go ahead and put the reflectivity and go ahead and reset the stage here. We actually don't have any watch boxes out, but we do have these two areas that are warned areas. And I'll play the past 30 minutes of this and put on some of the lightning. Copious amounts of rain are going to be falling out of these storms because of just so much moisture in the atmosphere. It's really a juicy environment, and we have, over the past 30 minutes, we've been watching these storms really taking shape and just into this area where we've had so much moisture to really work with, and then that rotation within the atmosphere, this mesocyclone that's moving in, it is spinning and it is causing these tornadoes to develop. The Storm Prediction Center had actually put our area under a 5% probability that an area within 25 miles from a point could be experiencing a tornado, and unfortunately that is what we're seeing right now. Go ahead and pause this again and come back to our regular view here so you can see how these storms are. They look very narrow, but unfortunately we are seeing just a lot of heavy rain out of these, and of course we are seeing the rotation. And go ahead and put the storm relative velocity on here again, and we'll take a look at seeing how fast the winds might be spinning up out of this. I may have to turn, I'm gonna have to turn the tornado warned area off for just a moment to go ahead and see if I can query this. So we're seeing rotation on both sides of this storm system. So ingoing and outgoing, a couplet here with these reds and greens. That's what we look for in the radar. That's why it looks very pixelated, so we can really dictate what is going on with this radar indicated situation of tornadoes. So again, this one is in effect until 5:30. So the next 20 minutes, we ask you to please go into your safe spot. We are double boxing right now back to the Xfinity race, so you can go ahead and continue to watch the race as we hit our coverage here with Warren and Fountain counties under this warning until 5:30, and these storms are pushing off to the northeast around 25 miles per hour. So Attica in 7 minutes. We also have Williamsport. You're going to see the storm moving into your area in about 4 minutes. I'll go back to the area here a little bit farther north in Benton County. I'll go ahead and put that warning box back on again, and it looks like it's still, we're a little bit farther from the radar on this one. Let me see if I can, it's a little too far away to really look. Unfortunately, we are not looking quite down as low as we would like to really see if there is some spin within this one. Go back to taking a look at this again. Pretty broad rotation with that right now, but it is still moving into the rest of Benton County. Zooming back out again, the very heavy rainfall. Let's go ahead and take a look at the past 24 hours of rain. I'll go ahead and query this one as well, because if you're in Benton County, you're under this warning. You've had very heavy rainfall over. This is radar indicating that over 3 inches of rain has fallen so far, over 4.5 near the Oxford area. So unfortunately, that area already seen very heavy rainfall. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that flash flood warning going into effect for Benton County as well. And I'll go ahead back to the radar here, and we'll take a look at that reflectivity and see if we can see any debris here within these storms. And I'll back up the last few minutes here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that right now.
No, me neither.
But circulation is tight southwest of Attica.
Mm-hmm.
That's the strongest circulation we have. I basically the lead circulation that caused the first warning for Benton County. In my opinion, that thing is starting to wash out a bit, which is good news for those in White County. But if you do live in Attica, you should be in your tornado safe spots now. It's radar indicated rotation. Not a confirmed tornado at this time. With that said, it's probably about as tight of a velocity couplet that we've had with the setup today. So that warning, as Kelly's been talking about, that technically goes until 5:30. And I've circled that circulation. Sorry.
I think he might still be on mine, but I've circled it too.
Just pop up the links too. If you have a moment. But yeah, Warren County till 5:30, circulation heading into Attica. It's also within an environment that is suitable not only for rotation but to produce tornadoes. We haven't seen that just yet, but along this line that is west-northwest of Indy, this particular zone, I'll circle, I'm going to back out a little bit on radar here. This particular zone is suitable for producing tornadoes as this axis moves east. So we want you in your safe spots there, and we'll continue to monitor it. Hopefully this thing will run its course. Until that happens, we're going to continue this coverage here for a tornado warning. That lead cell, I'll back up the radar here. That lead cell, that rotation has broadened out. And unfortunately, the cell that's moving into Attica has done just the opposite. It's actually tightened up, and so that's the concern right there as we move forward here. So as Kelly's probably mentioned a few times here, there's definitely a lot of rural land out here, but Attica gets a little more populated, and this thing's coming right into town. So lowest level if you can, away from windows. Lowest level of your structure. If you got a basement, get in the basement. If not, just get as low as you can here. So this warning is going to continue for good reason, that as the rotation still very, very tight, if you will, on the radar. That red and green couplet that's coming into town there, Kelly.
Yes, and the National Weather Service did just continue that warning over Warren and Fountain counties, because obviously, yes, Attica is really one of the biggest areas in this area, more highly populated, and this is going to be moving over State Road 41 here very quickly here as I zoom in a little closer. Glencliff, as well as Independence, Riverside, all these areas, 5 Points and Williamsport. Please get to your safe spot. But of course, the town of Attica, this is in direct line moving towards you. And again, it's moving around 35 miles per hour. And we look at this area with the red and greens. And I'll go ahead and take this out. It's moving about 35 miles per hour. It's a little bit outside of the polygon. But again, the main areas is Williamsport. It's over you right now, and Attica in 3 minutes. And again, we also still have that warned area in Benton County, and that's until 5:30 as well. That rotation has looked to be broadening quite a bit, so that's some good news, but that's still an ongoing warned area. So please reports of a tornado on the ground. And I'll go back and take a look at our debris and see if there's any kind of circulation within this detector as well to see if there, I'll back it up. Yeah, if there is, it's really tough to see. So it's possible that none of this is making its way to the surface, but that does not mean we want you to let your guard down. We are seeing what looks to be rotation within the storm, and these are slow movers. I'll take the lightning off of this again. So this is our storm relative velocity, and it is this area just to the west of Shadeland under this tornado warning. So we'll see if the National Weather Service extends this out. This is in effect until 6 o'clock tonight, and it is moving into Tippecanoe County at this moment. So it's again, it's a slow mover, as Sean has mentioned, and it's only moving about 25 miles per hour. I'll take that area that's really the main rotation of that storm. Again, Shadeland is the main area, but we know we have a lot of friends within this area. If you live along US 231 south, in between State Road 25 west and even West 625 South County Road, please get into your safe spot just in case, because this is not quite in the warned spot, but this is what's moving into next. And again, they may expire this, but we'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do as the rotation. I'll back this out a little bit and clear this out. That might be another.
Carroll.
Yeah, Carroll County now, and extending into Tippecanoe.
Yep.
Yeah, which we were concerned about. So this is not quite. Ooh, we're seeing a little bit of rotation north of Battleground. Sean, do you see that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Boy,
yeah.
oh boy.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, and this shows you how quickly it can change. This shows you how quickly it can change. Let's pop that up so you see the two areas here. One that's southwest of Shadeland, I'll circle that, and then the other one that's starting to tighten up near Battleground, Lafayette sandwiched in between. So this was a good call here to issue this. And here's the polygon that goes, and that goes until 6:15. So rotation over Battleground, going to head toward Delphi. Everything going essentially northeast, east-northeast, at about 25 miles per hour. So we've said this quite a bit now. These are not fast-moving areas of circulation. But we've got two areas of concern now. One north of Lafayette, one to the southwest, that obviously within the next 15 minutes is going to be over Purdue's campus if that particular area of rotation holds. And this is going to be indicative of what we're going to be dealing with for the remainder of the evening here. So we are going to have additional tornado warnings, and we're going to have additional areas, and you can see them to our west here. All these little areas, red and green next to each other. So there's all this spinning that's going on within this storm axis. And at times it's going to tighten up, and that's what happened with the new tornado warning that's been issued for the northern section of Tippecanoe and getting into Carroll County here. Now, if you're in Lafayette, I can tell you based on radar, rotation to your southwest, yes. Is it producing a tornado right now? That seems unlikely, but is that something that could change? Yeah, I mean, it could. And so that's why want you to watch that. Same thing goes for Delphi, by the way. So, so you get this tornado watch that goes until 1 a.m. and with a slow moving line. I'm going to take this line back half an hour. This thing is not moving fast at all. So we are going to, the expectation is probably around 7 or 8 p.m. over the metro area. Might be closer to 8, don't you think, Kelly?
Yeah.
Give or take. So as its thing moves slowly across the viewing area, expect additional tornado warnings.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I put a skit on the one that's heading towards Lafayette, and that one is showing that it's still moving about 26 miles per hour, and could see some hail with it, half-inch size hail. So that's not the big story here. We're watching for the rotation. That's why we had that tornado warning issued for Carroll, Tippecanoe counties, and that is. We also have a new warning now for White County until 6:30.
Sure. Yeah.
So we're just starting to see these really popping up on radar with all this rotation that's over our area, especially north central Indiana. It's running into just some really good conducive area for that rotation. And here's that next warning. It hasn't quite populated here onto mine. But again, that tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. We'll see what happens in the western portion of the state. I'll go ahead and put reflectivity on here and just give you a play of the past 15 minutes. Again, they're slow movers. They're bringing a lot of heavy rain with them. We knew that was going to be an issue with these, just with the very juicy tropical environment that we have. And the rotation, though, is the main thing that we're really concerned about, obviously, with the potential for a tornado. And the National Weather Service has put out the tornado watch that's in effect for most of central Indiana. It does include the Indianapolis metro area. And I'll go ahead and put on our wider mosaic here so we can see these storms, just kind of the line that we're watching out for and how they are really just starting to pop up on radar. So they're running into this environment. It's got this spin in the environment, and it's causing these storms to just really start to take some shape. They're spinning, and then they're potentially causing a tornado at the surface. We have not heard official of any storm spotters on the ground putting eyeballs on it, but we know that from radar indication that we do have some of that rotation within the storm. So go ahead and put back on the relative velocity here and zoom back into this area that we know we have the concern here for Carroll, White counties, and over it's just now to the west, to the east of Battleground, and it's to the south of Brookston. But Delphi, you're in the next line for that, and technically you're not in the polygon, but nonetheless you're close enough. So that's the next really bigger area that we have within that polygon. Springboro, Americus, Ash Grove, please get to your safe spot as this rotation is going to be moving over you. We know it's a very strong storm. It may not necessarily be producing that tornado, but we want you to get to your safe spot as the radar is indicating that we could see some of this rotation making its way to the surface. Again, that's for White County until 6:30, and we have Carroll, as well as to the south we have Tippecanoe County as well, within this polygon that they have kind of put out here for us. And we may have another warning here. Let me check here. So they have pushed this for Tippecanoe County until 6:15. Excuse me, 6:30. They've extended into Tippecanoe County. So we have a little bit of a delay on the computer here, but it'll come out. So this area does include southwest portions of just southwest of Lafayette, and it will be just about 7 miles to the southwest of Lafayette area. And again, that is a warned storm until 6:15. We still have the one for Warren and Tippecanoe County, and that is until 6 o'clock. We still have a couple more minutes left on that one. We're seeing it really heading towards Shadeland at this point, so it's really on the fringe of the polygon. We'll see if that gets extended as well. And that actually is the polygon that we're probably waiting on. So not sure, Sean, if yours is updated yet.
Well,
there it is. There it is. It finally came back up. There it is.
I want to get over to Samantha Johnson. Samantha's here with us as well. She's been monitoring EMA for us here. Sam, what can you tell us?
Yeah, keeping a close eye on a few of our counties. Obviously, now White County included. We've been checking in with Carroll County, Tippecanoe counties. They've been active on social media confirming that sirens have been activated. Benton County was also active on social media. You mentioned that we don't have confirmation of any touchdown, anything like that. We're also not seeing any post about any sort of debris. So certainly if that changes, we'll keep you updated. I do want to mention real quick, Purdue University, their emergency account is active on Twitter right now, and they are asking anyone on campus to shelter in place for the time being. Of course, we know today there were more folks in Tippecanoe County in West Lafayette for those summer commencement celebrations at Purdue University. So a good heads up for folks there.
All right, thank you, Samantha. Yeah.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, so so we're continuing coverage right now. Multiple radar indicated, that is key, radar indicated rotation. We mentioned Lafayette may get in the mix. They are now in the mix with the tornado warning. That includes a good portion of central Tippecanoe, really all of Tippecanoe, for that rotation here. That's it's getting into Shadeland now, Taylor, and going to be crossing 231. And this is going to come right into downtown Lafayette here, probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I would say no later than 6:10. Rotation, not overly tight, but tight enough that's prompted the tornado warnings to the north. That includes White and Carroll, the northern section of Tippecanoe. And we are going to continue to monitor as well as we go through the evening. We're going to get, and you can start to see there north of Rockville, there's a little spin. And then I mentioned earlier, we got to watch these lone cells by them out in the southern flank of this. Everything in advance of this axis of storms is ready to spin. So I'd love to say that these are the last 2 tornado warnings that we're going to have this evening. I think that seems highly unlikely given the parameters in advance of this storm axis here. So we should get multiple more tornado warnings between now and by the time this thing expires, that technically expires at 1 a.m. So we're going to get additional warnings. Thus far, they have been radar indicated tornado warnings. Have not had debris signatures, but there's all kinds of areas of rotation here. There's one there between Brookston Battleground. There's one approaching Shadeland. There's a new area of rotation that's outside of the tornado warning polygon that's also moving into the southern portion of Tippecanoe. So all within this line. And by the way, yes, it is raining extremely hard. So these are going to be, a lot of cases, going to be very challenging, I think, to see, as this, at least on the northern flank of this, that's very high precipitation deal there, where we're going to have a tough time seeing the circulation. The farther south, it's a little different setup. Storms are by themselves there. But radar indicated tornado warnings continue for our northern viewing area at this time.
Brought up a really good point in the fact that it's raining so hard it may be difficult for the spotters to actually see any rotation because of it. We're not necessarily seeing it on any debris just yet, but that doesn't mean that we're not seeing that that's not actually happening. And this is a pretty broad area. I'll go ahead and back this out a little bit here and take it back a little bit. You can see all the reds and greens. That's what Sean and I are looking at. That's the rotation. We did see a stronger couplet near Battleground earlier. It's not as significant now. It's also moving a little farther away from that radar. So I could take a look actually from the northern Indiana radar. Yeah, there's still some rotation within that one too. That's a little bit better to see here. That I'll just go ahead and zoom in on this area, this tornado warning that's in effect for Tippecanoe County. And it's to the east right now of Battleground. I'll circle the area so you can see the area that I'm talking about. So we're using just a different, this is the radar near Fort Wayne, and it's able to pick up a little bit better on this a little bit more narrowed rotation, and there's a nice inflow as well coming into that one. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing some spinning activity within that one as well. But again, we're seeing that on the radar with the reds and the greens. That's what we're looking for, and really all down this line, as Sean was mentioning, is what we're really seeing. I'll go ahead and switch it back to the other radar here to IND so we can see a little better there and see what that warning is. That's for White County until 6:30, and that is 12 miles south of Monticello. So go ahead and zoom back in on that area. Let me go ahead and change this out. Sorry about that. Let me clear that.
Indicated northeast at 20, by the way, northeast at 20.
Yeah. Now the area that I was zooming in on. So I'll go back to IWX. Yeah, it's a little tough to see on that one, but we do know that there's heavy rain in White County, a report of 3.74 inches of rain. And that was since 3 p.m. So that's 3 hours of rain, 1 inch an hour, over an inch an hour.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing. So it's kind of a multifaceted deal here. I mean, in addition to the tornado threat, I mean, the flooding threat is very real. We're going to get some flood warnings out of this, I would suspect, certainly north of Indy. These are, as you meant, tropical rain rates. And yeah, so we'll get it. We'll get some flash flood warnings before this thing's over, and we're going to get additional tornado warnings. We're still thinking, give or take, the axis of storms that's prompted the tornado warnings gets around the metro area around 8 p.m. because, again, this is not very fast moving. That's not to say between now and that line, that things won't be developing. We're seeing that now over Hamilton, parts of Boone County, Tipton County. At this time, those are not severe thunderstorms. They're going to impact outdoor plans. We've got a lot going on this evening. We know that. We've got concert at Ruoff. We've got Symphony on the Prairie. We got multiple outdoor events here that have impacts with this as this line moves slowly at about 20 miles per hour to the east-northeast.
I'm noticing perhaps some rotation just south of Kingman in Park County. Could see a warning come out for that area. I'll zoom in a little closer here. Yep. So it's just to the west of State Road 41, south of Kingman, and over Sylvania right now. So that even though that area is not under a warning, if you are in the Sylvania area, we advise that you get to your safe spot. These are pushing off to the northeast. They are slow movers, so they're going about 25 miles per hour. So it'll eventually could make its way into Kingman. It may not quite be over Kingman, maybe to the south of that area. Let's see if there's some other areas that it could be having some impacts eventually. Near US 41 and State Road 234, that intersection there, if you're around that area, that could have some impacts there. Grange Corner is another area that may see this. Again, this is not a tornado warned area, but we're seeing a lot of this rotation on radar. So it's a lot of broad rotation in some cases, and some of these are tornado warned areas because of the broad rotation that we know that those storms are spinning in the atmosphere. Is it producing a tornado? We have not had a tornado report of or heard of any debris at this point. Not seeing necessarily debris on here, but we do see the rotation. And that's one of the things that we have with this dual pole radar, that we have a lot of special tools to really dig in and look into that storm system to see what is happening. And unfortunately, we are seeing what Sean had been talking about yesterday. He gave an update on the forecast because it really had changed when we had this low pressure system really moving into central Indiana this evening, with a lot of that daytime heating that we had with temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. We also had a very juicy environment at the surface. We have a lot of moisture in the atmosphere and the upper levels as well. So there's just a lot going on that we have, and that rotation that causes the wind shear, and with those rotating storms counterclockwise, we are seeing this being indicated on radar. And again, let's zoom into this tornado warned area for Tippecanoe County, and this area in effect until 6:30. It does include Purdue University. And Sam, you mentioned that there was commencement earlier today.
That's right. The summer commencement celebrations were today. So of course we know more families in that area. So if you were in Tippecanoe County, if you're in West Lafayette, that Purdue account has been active, and they were asking folks just a few minutes ago to be weather aware, of course, shelter in place if you can, again, with more folks on campus today.
Thank you, Sam. So we're taking a look here at the Tippecanoe area, and this rotation really just starting to make its way over Tecumseh and over Lafayette here, and just really literally moving over that area right now, and moving towards Dayton would be the next area that it has some impacts. It's possible that Battleground could see another area of rotation that just was indicated on radar here just a few minutes ago, and that area that was, it's still warned, but that rotation has moved a little bit to the northeast of Battleground. I'll go ahead and do a little time of arrival here with this one, and take it out from here about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Really not seeing a lot of, let me see if I can see areas that are in this polygon where we have a lot of areas just in the area of Lafayette, South Street, as well as State Road 38, State Road US 52, a very prominent road that's going to be getting a lot of heavy rain. So that's another thing that we've been talking about. So if you do have to get out and drive, you'll want to wait. Let's go ahead and put the radar back on here with the reflectivity. And you can see just the very heavy rain rates coming down around 1 to 1.5 inches per hour, and in some cases even heavier. There's likely some pea-sized hail with some of these storms here, especially perhaps just to the southeast of Shadeland. And again, this is moving into Dayton, and if you are in Lafayette, in Battleground, Brookston, Delphi, those areas, please get into your safe spots. We do have tornado warnings in effect for those areas, and right now it is 6:09, but many of these are in effect until 6:30, Sean.
Yep, till 6:30. Tornado watch till 1. So what I'm doing, this is something called the shear detector. So it takes all of that wind data and it just kind of simplifies it. Just shows you, hey, look in these zones for wind shear. You can see quite a bit of it around that tornado warning polygon that's over Tippecanoe, and then the one that's heading toward Delphi, and we've got a strong area there outside of the polygon in northern Montgomery County here. Nothing, at least that I'm seeing right now, shows me that yes, we have a tornado in progress. Let's hope that trend continues. Northern tip, the northern tornado warning, that's the weakest one right now. Delphi will watch it for you. Brookston, you're okay. You're still within a zone of heavy rain, by the way, which is going to be at times probably 2-inch plus per hour rain rates. But this area right here is starting to tighten up a little bit. So it's possible that we could get a new tornado warning with this. That's northern Montgomery. That's north of Crawfordsville, by the way, north of Waynetown. But that is within that zone of the shear rate there. So it's possible if that trend holds. Let's look back. Let's go back in time here. It's possible if that trend holds, we get a new polygon that would, we could probably draw this thing something like this. And so now we're talking about getting into Clinton County. We'll see if indeed, but that's something to kind of keep in mind. And look, sometimes we can get a quick tornado in between radar scans too, by the way. So even if you're in this zone, let's just get a little closer here. If you're between Core and Linden, a quick touchdown is a very real possibility. Not going to rule that out by any stretch. That again, the northern portion of the polygon up there, to me, is not as impressive as what's happening farther south.
Okay, so we do have a new tornado warning that is in effect for White County. I mean, White County's still been under a warned area, so they are extending that. I'll go ahead and put back on our storm relative velocity here, as Sean has been showing, just all the reds and greens, and we know that these storms are rotating and perhaps getting in tight enough that they are causing a tornado at the ground. But we have not had, well, let's see, we have a rotating wall cloud that was spotted by a storm spotter, and a brief funnel cloud. So it is a funnel until it hits the ground. Once it hits the ground, we know that it then is a tornado. But
and that's
that was in West Terre Haute area, Vigo County.
yeah. Yeah, and so remember we were talking about that cell, right?
Yep.
We were talking about that cell.
You're on it.
Let's keep an eye on that one, and that's why. So it's those southern cells by themselves, if you will, everything in advance of them ready to spin. So we'll see if indeed that holds up. Let's hope that it doesn't here. I'm going to get it back to you, Kelly. I'm going to try to call up some of our traffic cameras within this storm. The complex that's over Lafayette now.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and take it back to our visible satellite. We've had a lot of sunshine. The clouds did break up quite a bit this afternoon. So we have this area really stretching from Grant County. I'll go ahead and circle this area down into Clinton, Montgomery County, Park, into Vigo County, Putnam County too. Lots of clearing there. So that just gives us a lot more instability in the atmosphere for some of these storms to really take off once this line really moves in. So those dark areas, that's where we don't have any cloud coverage at all. And obviously now we're seeing a lot of this area in northeast central Indiana, northwest central Indiana, a lot of cloud coverage because these storms are really pushing in, but nonetheless, they're rotating. So let me clear this off and I'll put this in motion so you can see this a little bit better here, but keeping those tornado warnings on there. Just you can see where we're seeing that line of storms really moving to the east. Now they are slow movers, they're only moving about 25 miles per hour off to the northeast. I'll go ahead and take us back into our radar reflectivity mode here, and just to kind of reset the stage here over this is just the past 15 minutes. We've had several tornado warnings that have been in effect. If you're just joining us now at 6:15, we have warnings that are in effect until 6:30 at this point, and that does include portions of White and Tippecanoe counties, as well as, let me zoom in here a little closer, Clinton County and White counties, Tippecanoe County, including Purdue area into Lafayette, where we have very heavy rain now moving into Dayton. So all of these pushing off to the northeast. This line stretches all the way down to Terre Haute. And I'll go ahead and pause this and put on the storm relative velocity again. And this is the area that we're really seeing a lot of that rotation, the reds and the greens. And we knew that these storms were going to be moving into a very strong area that's conducive to some of this wind shear that we're looking for. And honestly, the models still are pushing out here that we could still see this really, especially along and north of I-70. Hopefully the metro areas doesn't see that, but the tornado warning for White County has now been canceled. So if you're in White County, you're now cleared to get out of your safe spot at this point. But then we have a couple of warnings here still, and this is more of perhaps a broader rotation, but this is still rotating quite a bit, and we could see funnels that become tornadoes within this. We know we do have some storm spotters that are in that area, and if they do see something, they will let us know. But again, we know that there's a lot of heavy rain, so this is going to be really, really tough for them to see because there's so much rain wrapped in here that they might be just embedded, and we may not get a good eye on what's actually happening at the surface. But this tornado warning is in effect until 6:30. It is 6:17. Sean, did you see something?
Yeah, just, it's that same area that's outside of the tornado warning polygon, but near Linden. On our shear rate, we're seeing it ramp up there. So even if we don't get a tornado, it's conceivable that we could get some wind damage there. But that's a zone that we're going to have to keep an eye on. We get the cancellation for good reason of the northern tornado warning. Still have it going for Lafayette. you know, and as we look at it, I mean, there's some circulation here, and everything moving northeast. Everything, if that holds, that will stay south of Lafayette, and then we'll keep an eye on this little kink here, So we're going to wait and see what happens here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Let me call up. I got some NDOT cameras here, so these are around Lafayette. That's State Road 38 there, and not a surprise. I mean, these are, you know, very heavy rain rates. So, in addition to the rotation that's going on, but we'll wait and see. Still got some embedded rotation, and I'm telling you, on that cell down near Terre Haute, we'll have to watch that one. It's by itself. And that's, you know, this is not like every setup is a bit different. This is not like the one from March, the end of March. You know, the wind field's a little bit different here, but you always look for those southern cells by themselves because they don't have anything to interrupt their wind coming into the storm. And so that will be one to watch here in the coming hours, and that will be a particular storm. If it holds, could have impacts on the metro area here. But we're talking probably a couple hours down the road before that happens.
Such slow movers, and they're just bringing around 1 to 1.5 inches of rain per hour. Looking at some of the rain totals here, Benton County just really got beat up, and portions of Warren and Fountain counties. I'll see if I can query some of this to give you an idea of some of just the very heavy rain that's already fallen. 4.7 inches. Again, it's radar indicated, so keep that in mind. But nonetheless, we know it's just been so much rain that came over these slow-moving storms, bringing very much heavy rain. And we have just so much moisture in the atmosphere at the surface and in the upper levels, a lot of precipitable water to work with. Want to go ahead and reset the stage here. Again, we do have this tornado warning that is still in effect. The other warnings have been allowed to expire. It is for Tippecanoe County, and it's moving over until 6:30, excuse me, tornado warning. I'll go ahead and put the storm relative velocity on here. And as Sean has been watching, that this is a little bit south. I'm just backing this up to really see if it was it's holding together that broader rotation, but nonetheless, we'll see if the National Weather Service extends this one. It is supposed to expire at 6:30. It's moving over Dayton right now. So if you are in Dayton, please get to your safe spot. I'll go ahead and put a time of arrival if you are in this area, and we'll see. Again, they're only moving about 25 miles per hour. So this should be making its way into Mulberry in about 2 minutes. Rossville, you're going to see this storm in about 15 minutes, with the storm bringing copious amounts of heavy rain and possible tornado. Again, it's not warned in this area right now, but it'll be moving that direction eventually, and if it's still holding together, then the National Weather Service could issue another warning for that. But we are still watching for areas here, possibly Linden area, and sliding a little bit farther south, maybe Waynetown. You're probably okay there, but watching this one over that's just to the east of Kingman, that's pretty weak rotation with that one, but we'll see how that shakes out as it gets a little bit farther to the northeast. It could be running into a little bit more instability, as we know that there is a lot of energy in the atmosphere to work with.
That wind shear over Linden right now, it's crossing 231. That still remains rather impressive. It's not warned right now, but that's something that we have kind of focused on here in the last 15 minutes. Let me take our shear rate product back, and you can see how
it's holding together.
Yeah, it is. So that's heading toward Clarksville. That's heading toward Mulberry, Frankfort. In addition to the very heavy rain. Let's put our lightning back on. You see the cluster of lightning that's over there. Now I will also say this is a situation where You're not going to need a ton of lightning out of these today because there's so much moisture. Cloud bases are low, and there's just all kinds of spin in the atmosphere that these cells can latch onto. And we're just going to have to, wait it out. We'll be here with you. We're at 6:23 now. We'll see if we get some new warnings on the cells here, and if that's the case, then we're talking about Clinton, possibly Montgomery, possibly Northwest Boone, and down the road, if this thing continues to hold together, we could be staring down, Howard County, Tipton County here with this east-northeast movement.
Right. We do have a storm report, Sagamore Parkway in Lafayette, reporting flooding in that area, which is not a surprise because just so much rain has been falling in, and there's still more to come that's still falling in that area. And Sagamore Parkway is a big thoroughway through Lafayette area.
Yeah, speaking of, by the way, so this is on links to these are our rain rates. Now, I'm not saying you're going to get 7 inches, but the idea of what we're showing you is if this cell stayed over your area for an hour, the radar is indicating that you could possibly get 7 inches.
Yeah.
So just
A little grain of salt,
rain.
but that's a great product to use too, just
yeah.
to see what it's doing.
So, they're not moving terribly fast, but maybe fast enough that's, we're going to get the 3-4 inch rain reports versus 7-8. But as highly tropical as the air is, we're not going to completely rule that out either.
Right, and we can take a long look here. This is the past 15 minutes. And we're seeing they're slow movers, and that's why they're bringing all of this heavy rain. And we do have a tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. We'll likely see some of those expiring sooner than later, and that's good. But we know that anything ahead of this line is, we can't rule anything out at this point. Unfortunately, tornadoes was the main thing that we were going to be concerned about today because there was so much rotation within the atmosphere, and that is what we are seeing right now. So go ahead and circle the area that we're going to continue to watch, even if this other warned area expires. We'll likely be back on with you as we're going to see more rotation within these storms.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be pushing into this area that I've circled here. So this area has a lot of clearing, and I can show you that here.
And while you're setting that up, too, I want to get it over to Samantha Johnson. She has an update for us from Carroll County.
Yeah, that's right. We just talked to the police chief there in Delphi. He's, of course, keeping an eye on any damage reports. He says so far no reports of any damage, but he is out with the county sheriff there in Carroll County. Emergency management is also there working to see if they have any damage as these storms roll through. I also just heard from folks in Burlington. They said the sirens there went off about 20 minutes ago. So far, no severe storms in that area, but of course, we'll keep you updated.
Thank you, Samantha. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I've already put back on the visible satellite just to kind of take a look again where we've had the clearing. I had this area circled in yellow. That's the area that these storms are going to start moving into. So the clouds are starting to push off into that area just with the strong wind aloft. But it's running into a lot of energy once it gets into there, a lot of moisture at the surface as well as in the upper levels. So we have the moisture to work with. We have this mesocyclone that is just spinning counterclockwise, and it's causing some of that rotation. That's likely a new warning that's now in effect for Clay and Vigo. Yeah. This is the area that Sean was just talking about. So let's go ahead and take a look at that area. Zoom in here, and that's probably going to take a moment before it populates on mine, but this is this area down here into Vigo County and Clay counties, Terre Haute area into Harrison. Now again, it hasn't populated up here on this map, but this is until 7 p.m. with this new warning, and it's located over Terre Haute. It's only moving 20 miles per hour. And again, this is where we're seeing some of that rotation here over Terre Haute. And let's put on that shear rate to see. We've had quite a bit of shear moving over Terre Haute already, and now that area is under that warning. And there is the warning now. It's populated on my computer. Again, it's for Vigo, as well as Clay counties until 7 p.m. And we are seeing a little bit of some velocity. Again, this is stretching from north to south all the way across the state. And looks like we are still watching for this at 6:27 right now. So we still have a couple more minutes on that storm that's in Tippecanoe County. Getting mixed minus in my ear, Kyle. I'm going to go ahead and take off my my earpiece for a moment. But this area too, we still have this area along portions of Tippecanoe County. We still have some rotation within that area. That one should expire here in the next few minutes unless the National Weather Service extends it into near Rossville, Mulberry, as well as Delphi. Carroll counties could see another warned area out of this. So I'll take a little longer stretch here where we see a lot of the reds and greens in different areas here where we're seeing rotation, some stronger winds along that line. Gusty winds are going to be likely out of this as well. And then we also, even just to the east of Kingman, as well as Marshall area, you might be seeing some of that rotation moving over here shortly. I'll go ahead and circle that area. Could see some rotation here. Maybe some weak over just north of Waveland. And let me see if I can turn this off for a moment and slide a little bit farther to the south here. This area that's warned for Terre Haute, Vigo County. If you're joining us from Vigo County, Terre Haute area, please get to your safe spot. This is in effect until 7 p.m. for this tornado warning over Terre Haute. It is over a metropolitan area. And if you have family or friends that live in this area, please tell them to get to their safe spot. Again, that is the lowest part of your home. Basement is great. If you don't have that, get to an area that doesn't have windows. Perhaps it's a closet, maybe it's a bathroom, maybe it's a staircase where you can keep yourself out of the way of windows. And I'll zoom out here a little bit farther and I'll go ahead and put a time of arrival. This one is moving even slower than the other storms. So they're only moving about 20 miles per hour, but we'll get it out there to Sealyville. That's going to be there in about 14 minutes with that one. I'll go ahead and put the shear rate on that one as well. And let me go ahead and clear this screen here and zoom in a little closer. So now we're seeing a little bit more intensity with this one, Sean, where it was a little bit more broad, and now it's starting to become a little bit more defined to the south of Terre Haute area.
Yeah. And again, we've been stressing, watch the southern cells because those are the ones that aren't going to be impeded. The wind inflow is not going to be impeded here. And this thing's going to, these are moving east. So we've been saying, watch this one in the metro area because it's going to be heading this way. So Greencastle, Cloverdale, Avon, Brownsburg, it's still a ways away from you. Not moving fast at all, but moving that direction. And we've been thinking about 8 o'clock. We'll see if that time frame holds. But yeah, and this has produced a wall cloud earlier. Nothing on radar right now that says this is a confirmed tornado, but certainly we've got the rotation there that's over and around Terre Haute. That's going to be coming up 40. And rotation likely will stay just north of I-70. In fact, it may run parallel for a little bit along 40 before it eventually gets a little farther to the north here. As we look up to the north, we've got cancellation on the tornado warnings. Let's look at our shear rate while we're up there. And there's still some embedded areas where not out of the question that we could get some, brief spin-ups there, if you will. But the focus right now would be on that particular cell, and with the idea that anything along this storm axis, and I tell you that we'll have to watch this too. So this is what moved through. This is what moved through Linden earlier, moving toward Clarks Hill. We'll see if that thing tightens up. We'll have to watch that one. And that would be a Clinton County deal. Mulberry to Frankfort and Rossville, Michigantown, perhaps, as it moves that direction. Not warned for right now. And to my knowledge, we have not had any damage reports, and let's hope that is a trend that is going to continue here, but we just can't say for sure. And we've got this watch that technically goes until 1 a.m.
Yeah, not seeing a lot of real impressive winds within it, but that doesn't matter with this. If we have that rotation, that's what we're going to be watching out for with the couplets here.
I think what we should do, why don't we, for right now, let's hop to digital.
Okay.
I'm going to go to our digital channel, and we'll come back on 13 as needed. But let's switch over to digital for right now. And then hang with us. We'll be on WTHR.com. And then we'll be back on channel 13 if we get some new warnings that are issued.
Okay, so we are back with you. We took a little break off of broadcasting because we do have this one tornado warning that's in effect for Vigo and Clay counties. And this one, we've been watching this whole line really pushing off slow movers. This one's only moving about 20 miles per hour, and now it's really to the east of Terre Haute, but it moved over that metropolitan area just a few minutes ago. And we still have some pretty good reflectivity with this, showing that there's likely some at least broad rotation, if not some tighter rotation within this couplet that we're seeing. Some of these pretty bright greens that are here. And again, this is from the Indianapolis radar. So we are scanning a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. So it's could be a little bit higher rotation than at the ground, but nonetheless, this is a warned area. So if you're in Sealyville, we're going to see that moving in here very shortly. I'll go ahead and do a time of arrival with this one. At this point, it's going to be there pretty quickly. Again, it's only moving about 20 miles per hour. So Sealyville, you're going to see this one in about 8 minutes, and Staunton in around 19 minutes. And if it holds together, we're likely going to see some warnings coming out for portions of Brazil and Carbon as these continue to progress to the northeast. I'll go ahead and put the reflectivity back on here. If you're joining us here, maybe you had a warning and you turned on your the live Doppler 13 radar app. That's where we're here for you. We encourage you to always carry that along with you so you can check the radar, but you also can check us when we have warnings that are issued, that you can pop on and see what we're talking about, see what's going on in your backyard, because we have already had several tornado warnings. We have not seen any, excuse me, reports of any damage yet. That doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. We've had so much rain that it may be difficult for spotters to see it, or possibly even people to get back out to see if there is any damage in their backyard, in their street, or in their county, because of all of the emergency managers that are out on these different counties. They do have spotters out there. If you've heard a warning and you know, go inside, grab your live Doppler 13 radar app, and if it's for your area, then please just turn us up. Have us on, and then get to that safe spot, and when you're cleared, we'll let you know that too. But right now, we still have this warned area for Vigo and Clay counties, and as I mentioned, Sealy is going to be in this area here very shortly, in just about 5 minutes. And if it holds together, we're going to see it moving into portions of Brazil. So let me go ahead and play this. This is the past 15 minutes of it. It's a little bit jumpy just because it's only 15 minutes of this storm moving through, but it all is, it's a little bit more discreet. It's not with the entire line, but we're likely going to see that line coming together. Sean, I don't know if you think that is going to eventually catch up, because it's going up to the northeast and kind of congeal together.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see on that.
Mm-hmm.
And you
it's
know,
possible.
And it's possible. And I would argue that, you know, yes, watch the loan cells, but also within the line too.
Yes.
You know, as we've been stressing, this is an area that we've been watching for a bit, that moved through Linden earlier, and we haven't had any damage reports. At least I haven't seen any. Our desk will certainly be on top of it and let us know. But I still say let's keep an eye. Well, we're going to always keep an eye on until this thing is done. But this zone right here with that rotation, that zone right there, specifically, and let's switch over to shear rate, specifically for that. So
yeah, it's really impressive.
Yeah, it is. It is. And
not a good way, obviously.
No, and not a good way from a meteorological standpoint here. So even though this is not warned for right now, it doesn't mean that it can't produce damage. And or and that damage could come from either straight line wind or from a quick tornado. That is certainly a possibility, and I will tell you that there's times where we may get a tornado that happens within a couple of radar scans. So that is a possibility. But I would say watch this like a hawk here. Mulberry, Rossville, Frankfort's going to be a close call. But to this zone here in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, obviously lots of concerns for the outdoor concerts. Sam, would you mind taking a look into some of those scheduled shows for tonight? And we'll get you up to date on that with some time of arrival, because these, again, they're slow movers, and regardless if they are tornado warned storms that are moving in your area, they are going to bring in very heavy rainfall. There are a lot of lightning strikes. It's not prolific, but nonetheless, they are very strong storms, and they have rotation with them because we have this low pressure system that is causing us to have a lot of spin up with these storms, and they're running into an environment that has a lot of potential to it, a lot of energy. We have a lot of moisture, tropical moisture involved, and we've already seen several tornado warnings that have been issued, and this line continues to push slowly off to the northeast around 20 to 25 miles per hour. And I'll go ahead and zoom in again to this area that we've been watching in Vigo and Clay counties. We want to give you guys some attention as well, because you're our friends there as well. So let me go ahead and pause this so you can see here. It looks like the rotation is weakening some, but let me go ahead and put the shear rate back on here. And it does look like it is weakening quite a bit, especially over the past 15 minutes. We were watching it take a little bit better shape. Let me go ahead and back it up even 30 minutes and see how this storm really because they're just running into some good environment and then they kind of fall apart. So even when it was moving into Vermilion County, it looked pretty good. And I mean that in a bad way, but hopefully we're not going to have some reports of that area. But Sealyville, you are in the line of this shear that's going to be moving in, some rotating storms. I'll put on the storm relative velocity again here. It looks like it's weakening a bit, Sean, so we'll see. This one is in effect until 7 p.m. Again, it's for Clay and Vigo counties, but if it does stay together, it is going to be moving into portions of Brazil and Carbon. I'll put reflectivity back on here so you can see it's more discrete cell here, but it is could be packing a huge punch here. I did not know the rate. I do have the lightning counter on here. It's just bringing a lot of heavy rain for sure, and possibly 1 to 1.5 inches of rain per hour.
Yeah, and Kyle, if you can pop up links too. I've got Rich Nye just tweeted us a photo. He's at 231 exit.
Oh wow.
I-74. So I've been saying that the cloud bases are very low, and
yes.
And Rich's picture is kind of now. So you look at that, and this is why sometimes, to the untrained eye, people are like, oh, I may have a tornado. But this also shows you just how much moisture is in the atmosphere. So it's only going to take a little bit of spin in some of these storms that are a little stronger than others to produce either a funnel or a wall cloud, or let's hope not, but a tornado or two here this evening. And so Rich has got his eyes on it. We appreciate him keeping himself safe too. Again, that's I-74 exit, 231 exit there in Crawfordsville. As in fact, hang with me. Let me move this back. So we'll go from Rich's picture, and there's live Doppler 13 radar. And I do want to show you the velocities, because just northwest of Crawfordsville, not far from Crawfordsville, there's a little bit of rotate, little bit. It's not the strongest signature we've had, but there is a little bit of spin here. Now, with that said, that will stay to the north of Crawfordsville. That would put, it's over Manchester as we speak. And then that puts Darlington in play. And then the one that we've been monitoring that is not warned for right now.
Maybe.
They canceled Clay and Vigo.
Okay.
So, and you were saying that correctly, you pointed it out that the rotation was not as strong, but we're still watching this coming into Mulberry, crossing 65 near Clarks Hill.
Yeah.
So we're still, and let's go back to shear rate on this. Yeah, I mean, both of those areas from a shear rate standpoint.
Right over Clarks Hill.
Yeah, and there's the other one that we were talking about that's northwest of Crawfordsville. That's crossing 74. I'm going to throw it back to you. I'm going to search for a couple of traffic cameras here to see if we can kind of get into the meat of some of these storms here real quickly.
Okay. I'm going to head and take a look at this area that's likely going to be moving into Clinton County here within really probably the next 10 minutes. I'll put a time of arrival. We're not seeing necessarily, it's not warned yet. We do have tornado watches that are in effect for a good chunk of central Indiana. All the area in pink here, that is a tornado watch. That is in effect. Did I say warning? I apologize if I said that. Tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. A lot of these western counties will probably start to be expired for that. But nonetheless, I'll go ahead and put the storm relative velocity back on here. And Clinton County, this strong storm is going to be moving into your area. It's right over Clarks Hill. And we are seeing at least some strong wind with this and pushing towards Frankfort. What you seeing there, Sean?
I apologize. Hang
No.
All right, so call up, Kyle, call up links 2. So this is a camera near State Road 28 at the near Clarks Hill. So this gives you a vantage point of what you were just talking about. It also kind of shows you, again, the lowered cloud bases for today. So not warned right now. Rotation is not overly impressive, but just gives us a vantage point of that storm as it's going to be crossing over 60, it's going to be crossing over 65 here momentarily. Let me show you a different vantage point looking the opposite direction. So this is at the right there on State Road 28, Frankfort exit along 65 there. So we'll keep an eye out. We'll see how these cameras change in the next 10-15 minutes.
Oh yeah, should be pretty intense with at least the heavy rain moving through that area. Would not want to be driving up by 65. All right, so we have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Clinton and Tippecanoe County. So they did not issue a tornado warning, but I don't know, Sean, it looks like it's bowing out a little bit to me.
Good call. Yeah.
So I've been watching. It doesn't look like it's super strong winds, but it's likely the leading edge of that. I'll go ahead and circle this area for you so you can see.
Well, in this particular warning was also tagged tornado possible. Okay.
Yes.
So
thank you.
Each warning is a little bit different, but yes, I would agree with your analysis there that it is more of a bow-shaped configuration in the data. Either way, I mean, if you get damage,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, right? Yeah. So, but this is really the one that we've been following for quite a while.
It's congealing pretty good, and it's starting to bow out a little bit, and the leading edge will likely have some stronger winds, likely some hail with this one as well. We'll take a look at that in a moment, but again, they're not moving very fast. We'll go with 25 miles per hour, so that doesn't even take us all the way to Frankfurt, but Frankfurt you'll likely see in about 10 minutes. Colfax 6 minutes, Darlington 9 minutes with this storm. It is a warned storm in this area. Again, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. It hasn't populated here on my screen just yet. It will, but it is in effect until 7:15. 60-mile-per-hour winds on the leading edge of that. We'll take a look at the storm relative velocity on this one and zoom in here a little bit closer here and see. Let me clear this out for you, and we'll take a look at some of the possible winds here near Clarks Hill. Clarks Hill, you likely had some very strong winds that pushed through there. Not seeing a lot, but we are seeing the bowing out on this one. So go ahead and zoom back out again. And yeah, that area you can really see where it's bowing quite a bit. We still have some of this rotation though just to the north of that area, Rossville. We'll be watching this area here just to the west of Rossville, west of US 421. We have a little bit of potential rotation with that, possibly over Edna Mills and Pettit. Let me go ahead and put reflectivity back on here so we can take a, oh my gosh, it's so much heavy rain. And if we have spotters in this area, gosh, it's just going to be so difficult for them to spot any kind of rotation within these storms. I'll go ahead and zoom out here so we can take a wider look here and put this in motion for you as really just over the past 30 minutes. Again, they're only moving about 25 to 30 miles per hour. You're going to see some of those tornado warnings popping up. I'm going to go back and double check to see why that severe thunderstorm warning is not on. And actually,
it's on links too. If you need to show it, it's on links too. Not quite
I'm
sure
going to turn it on. It wasn't turned on for some reason.
Okay.
But Sam, I know Sam has an update on some of the concerts that are happening. Sam, you want to give us an update on that?
Yeah, this is just another reminder. We know this is a Saturday night. A lot of you will be out and about. Make sure you download that 13 News weather app so we can keep you updated. And we know right now the gates are open at TCU Amphitheater here in Indianapolis. Also Ruoff Music Center. 2 big concerts there tonight. We're monitoring their social media for any updates. Of course, we know right now this is all still west of that area. So as this move in, we'll keep an eye on there too. Symphony on the Prairie also active tonight as well. So Kelly and Sean, any updates we have on social media, we'll pass that on to you.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Thank you.
Okay.
And,
Go ahead, Sean.
Also, I apologize. Kind of monitoring the Skywarn, which are storm spotters, certified storm spotters that are out. And loose rotation wall cloud. Oh, I wouldn't know if I'd call that loose anymore.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the cell here, that's east of Terre Haute. About 5-6 minutes ago. Well.
Yeah.
It was saying near the Terre Haute Airport wall cloud. So yes, that is going to be heading into Clay County. And that's riding right along 70. Let's
pull up the shear rate there, Sean, just south of Sealyville.
Well, let me look at the debris for a second. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Oh, wow.
And we'll see what the next slide shows us. That's tight. Yeah, that's tight.
Agreed.
I suspect we're going to get a tornado warning out of that, I would assume, for the northern section of Brazil, Center Point,
Clay County,
and that may get into Putnam.
Yes.
Why don't you focus on that for right now? I'm going to see if we may have a camera close by there.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. All right, why don't you take over for a second? I'll call up some cameras.
All right, so we'll head back down to this area, and this is not a warned area just yet, but Sealyville moving into Staunton and Brazil. We do think that this looks like a pretty good tight rotation. I'll go ahead and circle the area that I'm talking about. It's a little bit south of Sealyville, and there's the latest scan. It's still holding together, Sean. These are pushing off to the northeast. This one is a very slow-moving storm. It is moving about 20 miles per hour. And I'll go ahead and put a time of arrival for Clay County. Even though this area is not warned, nonetheless, we do know that there is some rotation within it. So we're going to ask you to please get into your safe spot. If you are in Staunton, it's going to be in your backyard in about 3 minutes. Brazil, 14 minutes. Knightsville, 16 minutes. And Harmony, 18 minutes. Please get to your safe spot as we are seeing some shear with that. We'll take a look at the shear rate. And let me look at the past 15 minutes. So it had weakened quite a bit, and then it started to really take off again. And the latest scan, not quite as prominent as at 6:50, and then the scan at 6:51 weakening just a tad. But regardless, we want you to get to your safe spot. You can see this actually updates the closer it gets. This time of arrival will continue to update if I keep it on here. But just again, heading towards Clay County, Brazil, Staunton, and it's just to the south of Sealyville at this point. Sean, did you see something?
Well, no, I'm sorry.
No, you're all right.
I was looking at our cameras. I was going to switch over and get closer to Terre Haute, but this is
oh boy,
that is at Frankfurt. That's the northern storm that's warned for.
Right.
Hang with me here because I'm going to try to
take your
get
time.
something that's standby. I may if I find, but that one caught my attention.
Yeah, copy that.
I'm trying to see if we've got anything that's going to show us, and I'm not seeing anything.
It looks like it's windy though. It's blowing. Yes.
Oh yeah.
So we have some strong winds.
And then so this is a different. This is the southern storm. So this is the one near Terre Haute. I'm just not getting a good vantage point of what I'd like to see here.
That's okay.
I just don't think we're gonna, and it's east of this location, so I'll keep an eye out and see if we can. But yeah, this is the one that's up to the north there. So that's Frankfurt, the Frankfurt exit on 65.
Yeah.
That's the storm that has the warning. And we've got another camera up there standby. Let me see if I can get another vantage point of that one and see. But yeah, we're going to have to watch that southern storm pretty closely. Let's see what the cameras. Yeah, so this is a little farther up. But yes, there's the one that's moving along Sealyville there, and they're going to monitor the trends. Now this one undoubtedly has spotters on it, and you can see it's right there between 40 and 70. So center point Brazil, and we'll see if we can. Let's look at our shear rate on it. Not overly strong just yet.
Well, there was a storm.
Certainly, there's rotate. I mean, it's rotating. There's no
yeah.
question about that.
Well, and then one of the ham operators reported the lowering of the cloud base with some rotation there just southeast of Park Avenue in Terre Haute.
Yeah.
He's reporting that limbs and trees are down in that area, Park Avenue between 13th and Lafayette. So that was at 6:44. He said that was a real-time report. We appreciate all of our ham operators, our storm spotters. They've got eyes out there. They're safe. They know what they're doing, and they're invaluable to what we do here for you to give all the information that we have at our fingertips, thankfully, with our partners at the National Weather Service.
Yeah, and just a heads up, Kelly, Kyle, we are going to do Channel 13 cut-ins at the top and bottom of the hours.
Okay.
So we need to check with our desk on that, but I would assume we're going to have one coming up here shortly.
Okay.
Those will not be long cut-ins unless we get some new warnings that require us, new tornado warnings that require us to stay on. Just a heads up there.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so we still have this severe thunderstorm warning. This is in Clinton County as well as Tippecanoe County, and it is capable of producing a tornado. We do know that there's some very strong winds along this line, and of course the heavy rain. I've taken off the lightning. I'll go ahead and put the lightning back on. So there is certainly a lot of lightning associated with it. Let's take a look at the Ville, see if there is some hail. Perhaps not severe size, but there's likely some hail with that. And looking at the shear rate, yeah, Gosh, there's definitely some strong winds with this one. It's going to be heading towards Frankfurt, so it's possible they could turn this one into a tornado warning, but they have tagged it with a tornado warning, tornado potential within this storm. I'll put the radar back on here, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit and give you a time of arrival again on the front edge of this leading edge of the storm, where we know the very strong winds, the front edge of it, and within the storm, moving about 25 miles per hour, I believe. Let me check on this one to see how fast it's moving, but let me move this out of the way so you can see. The main town in this area in Clinton County is Frankfurt, and Frankfurt, you're going to see that in about 7 minutes with the strongest part of that storm moving in, and it is capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. And perhaps some half-inch size hail, maybe 3/4 of an inch of size hail within this. That's still below severe status for the hail, but nonetheless, it's going to be a very loud storm moving in. Okay, so we're going to be standing by here in a minute or two to do a cut in here at the top of the hour, just to give our friends who are watching NBC this evening an update on the weather. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out and kind of prep for that one here coming up. And again, I want to zoom out here, Sean, you can really see that rotation.
Yeah.
Isn't that incredible? Okay, so then we just had a tornado watch that was expired again. We're going to see some of those peeling off. Yeah. This is impressive, where you can see all of this rotation. This is what is causing these storms to rotate.
And that NDOT 2 is still getting whipped around up there in Frankfurt, and quite a bit of ponding too, which is kind of the theme outside of the wind. They've got some flooding going on there in some of the low-lying areas there in Tippecanoe County. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go ahead and do a couple of screen captures for this. Melissa, can you tell me how much time we're going to have for that cut in? I can have as much time as I want. Yeah, I think the idea was just to kind of refresh, keep everybody updated, and then, All right, Sean, you're going to join me on that too, correct? No, you can roll it if you want. Are you sure? Yeah, I don't think it needs to be an overly long hit. Okay. Okay. All right, we're 30 seconds out, friends, so stay with us. Kelly, do you need anything to drink, by the way? I'm good. I've got some. Sam, would you mind getting Sean some water, please? No, I'm okay. I just want to make sure you guys are fine. Thank you. Good evening, I'm meteorologist Kelly Green. Want to keep you up to date on the severe thunderstorms that we have rolling across central Indiana. The atmosphere has been conducive for some rotating storms. We have had several tornado warnings that have been issued already earlier this evening. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect, and this one I'll go ahead and zoom in for you because this one is in Tippecanoe County as well as Clinton County. We're seeing some very strong winds along the front edge of this one. It does have the capabilities of producing a tornado with the rotation within these storms. We know that is always going to be a possibility throughout the evening hours. These are slow moving storms. They're dropping a lot of heavy rain, around 1 to 1.5 inches of rain per hour, up to around 3 inches of rain over some areas already that we've seen. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 7:15 tonight. We have a tornado watch that's in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning for all the areas that are in pink. So that does include north central Indiana all the way down into Lawrence County in our viewing area. If there are any more tornado warnings that are issued, we will come back to you. We will update you again coming up at 7:30. Thank you for watching. Okay, great. Thank you.
Meteorologist Kelly Green along with Sean Ash. We do have a new tornado warning now in effect for Clay County. This is the one Sean and I have been watching for, and this is over Brazil at this point. And it's located near Brazil, about 10 miles east of Terre Haute. This is the one that's been going back and forth with the strong shear with it. We do have rotation within these storms, and this one unfortunately now in effect. Go ahead and zoom in here and take a look at the shear velocity. We've been with you, really, I think we went on around 5 o'clock this afternoon, Sean, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's all run together now.
Yeah, we're very busy here just keeping you up to date on what's going on because we want to have you be weather aware. And this one is a warned area here. It has not populated here on my system here, but nonetheless, Staunton area. Let me zoom out here a little bit. You can see where that rotation is. Now there it is over Brazil. And this is an area that has a lot of farmland, we know, but we want to keep our friends safe that are in Clay County. And I'll go ahead and do a time of arrival. This one is probably only moving about 20 miles per hour. And so we'll get a timeline on this for Brazil area. It should be really the heaviest part of the storm is over Brazil, but that rotation could be moving into that area in 3 minutes. Knightsville in 5 minutes, Harmony in 8 minutes. And that tornado warning is in effect until 7:30 this evening. I'll zoom back out here. We've been watching the shear rate with this one. And it has gone back and forth where it's gotten more intensified and then it's weakened. The rotation's gotten broader or it's gotten really tight. So we've been watching this for the past half an hour. I'll back it up because it started off really in Terre Haute area where we saw the tornado warning that was in effect for portions of Vigo County and then into Clay, and now a new warning, a tornado warning in effect for Clay counties. I'm not sure we want to do a cut in on the air actually on this one, Sean.
I haven't gotten that clarified just yet.
Okay.
We probably could at some point, maybe on the other side of one of the breaks.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's do that. Just at least get that out there.
But yeah, the rotation.
We'll do the next commercial break. Thank you.
The
Thanks,
rotation over Staunton near Brazil. This again moving east, a little northeast, moving almost parallel in between I-70 and Highway 40, which is something that we said probably would happen. I think eventually it may lift a little more toward the north, but Cloverdale and Greencastle, well, it may go north of Cloverdale too, but bottom line, central southern Putnam County needs to keep tabs on this. Radar indicated rotation, which is what all of the storms that have been tornado warned for have been thus far. Let's hope that is a trend that is going to continue for us here. We just can't tell you 100% for sure on that. But from a radar perspective, you can see the velocity there, red and green over each other. And in fact, I think it was a little stronger earlier, Kelly.
Yeah.
A little tighter rotation, but still, it's spinning in between Center Point and Brazil, and moving east, as we said. And we still have the warning that's going on up to the north in Clinton County, and that thing's moving east as well. That thing's got a little more wind punch to it, a little wider wind punch, if you will. And we've been saying 8 o'clock for the metro area, maybe a little after 8 at this point, just to show you how slow they are. And also, look at the lightning. And I mentioned this earlier that you're not going to need lightning with these storms.
Right.
So the one that's warned for right now in the last 5 minutes has not had lightning.
Yeah, we don't see that a whole lot.
This may be our next culprit here. The cell that's riding that Putnam Montgomery County line northeast of Rockville, that may be the next one that gets a warning.
Good eye. Yep.
So when are you coming up on your 13 hit here?
I don't know that we know yet.
1 minute away. Copy that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you're watching our, this is our live stream coverage right now. Kelly's going to hop over onto channel 13, but this is a great way just to keep everyone informed on a Saturday evening where we've got all kinds of activities around central Indiana. And now that we've got a tornado warning in Clay County, and then we've got the severe thunderstorm warning that continues in Clinton County. So I'll send it over to you, Kelly.
Okay, thank you, Sean. And Sean's been with me all day yesterday too, just keeping me up to date on what he was seeing and what would it look like it could be. So I'm going to go ahead and do this cut in quickly. Good evening, I'm meteorologist Kelly Green. Want to get you up to date. We do have a new tornado warning that's in effect for Clay County at this hour. It is in effect for portions of Brazil, and that is in effect right now until 7:30. I'll go ahead and show you and zoom in here. This is a storm that was moving over Terre Haute earlier this evening. Slow moving storm, only moving about 20 miles per hour, but this area now moving over portions of Brazil, and it's in effect until 7:30. I'll go ahead and put the storm relative velocity on this one so we can take a quick look here. We have watched this one have on and off rotation. The atmosphere is very conducive to this rotation. We're seeing some radar signatures that are showing that it's possibly a tornado. And this area, again, just around the Brazil area where this is actually in between US 40 and I-70, where we are seeing some of that rotation within the storm. I'll go ahead and put the shear rate on here so we can see we have had some very strong winds with this rotation. And it's gone back and forth, kind of wavered, and then it started to intensify. So the National Weather Service has issued this warning for this area, Clay County, until 7:30. So we're going to continue to monitor this. You can jump back onto our digital side, Live Doppler 13 Radar app, as well as our YouTube channel and Facebook. We will keep you up to date on any further warnings here from the Weather Center. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm just monitoring the HAM's rotation east of Sealyville is what the latest is. Oh, that was, yeah, okay, which makes sense. You see, this is the tornado warning that continues until 7:30. There's your rotation. Stand by. This is it right here. Mentioned east of Sealyville, near 40. Spotters are picking up on the rotation, so we can see it on the radar. Spotters there picking up on what their visual. All right, so let's do a track on this, and let's do this. And we're doing slow mover. Let me move this thing out. Let's take it out to about an hour. Doesn't mean the rotation's going to hold together, but just gives you a ballpark idea. So that puts it 35 minutes away from Cloverdale. That would put it around 7:45-ish. And so again, metro area, ballpark 8, maybe a little after 8. With this storm axis that we've been following for the better part of the day. And we're going to be still following it because we're not going to be done yet. We still have got a little ways to go before this bad boy is going to get to the east of us here. I will say, thankfully, Kelly, damage reports minimal. And speaking of damage reports, Is Samantha with us here?
Yes, she is.
I'm behind my wall. So, Sam, I will
Yeah.
let you, and I appreciate you kind of reaching out and getting some reports for us.
Yeah, checking in with some of these counties where we know the storms are starting to move east and out of those areas. And we've got some good news to tell you. So we just heard from Benton County EMA. They say no damage reported at this point in the evening. Of course, folks getting out and about now. Tippecanoe County Sheriff, he told me just a few minutes ago, there's some flooding in that area. We've been talking about the rain there. There's some trees down, but he says nothing major. So that's the good news there. And then for our friends in Carroll County, as I start to move to the east side of the county, the EMA director there tells me that heavy rain you guys have been talking about is still going on in Carroll County. But the good news is no major damage to report.
All right. That is very good. Thank you, Samantha. She's been
awesome.
a great asset to help us out. Got kind of a multi-pronged deal here. Kelly, so here's the thing. I just had a chance to do some analysis, and I mean, unfortunately, everything in front of this still has spin potential.
I know. Well, I was just going to tell you,
Yeah.
I was looking at the storm relative helicity over Tippecanoe, Carroll, Cass counties, 150.
Yeah.
I mean, that's super high. For
Yeah,
what
and
we're
so
looking
that's
at.
the thing. We do a lot of on-air analysis. We also do some stuff behind the scenes that just give us an idea of whether or not, what kind of environment that these storms are going to be dealing with here. Now, one thing I'll point out, and I can't see, you got links 2 up for me? Is that what we're seeing here?
Yes, he does.
Thank you, Kyle. So you can see behind the line, you saw it just happen on the air, behind the line, counties getting shaved from the tornado watch. And that is a trend that will continue as this line moves toward the east. So it's not to say that Indy's going to be under a tornado threat until 1 a.m. It's just we have to get to the other side of the storm axis. Until that time, there is the potential that we could get some more spinning out of these. And speaking of, so here's the latest. Now this does have some lightning with it. Earlier, it didn't have a whole lot. Now it does. That typically is a sign of intensification, and that means we got to watch. We've been watching it now. We've been telling you in Cloverdale and Greencastle, southern half of Putnam County, be on the lookout. If this thing is starting to produce some lightning, it's intensifying compared to what it was. So we would expect we may get an intensification on the tightening of the rotation here. As we go a little farther up, near Newmarket, there's a little bit of rotation as well. And then we've got much more lightning action up here. This is more, at least right now, more straight line wind. But it doesn't matter what's knocking over trees and things like that. Frankfort, Michigan town, eventually crosses near Kirkland as well. So this is what we have to get through before we can tell you, hey, the severe threat's over for your area, which it is, by the way, for Lafayette. It is, by the way, for Terre Haute. We still got probably, I'd say, another 3 hours around Indianapolis before this thing goes to the east. Kelly.
Yeah, they're just moving so slow, which is bad, and then the fact that it's bringing copious amounts of heavy rain as well, and so that's going to be an issue as well. We've already heard some flooding over Sagamore Parkway in Tippecanoe County from a storm reporter, and we know that there's just a lot of tropical moisture to work with. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Clinton County, and we'll see if the National Weather Service goes ahead and issues another one. But right now, I think it's weakening quite a bit. I don't know, but it's going to be running into a lot of good environment, a lot of energy with it. Looks like we do have now this is Jasper County, Illinois, but they did report a tornado, Sean. So it was a brief touchdown. And so we know that these are conducive now. This is a little history, at least. And we know that these storms are conducive to producing the tornadoes. We've seen the rotation. We have yet to know for sure if there was a tornado on the ground, but this one was reported in Jasper County, Illinois, near Willow Hill, Illinois.
Okay.
So again, this is a taking a look at this this stormed area of Clinton County. It's until 7:15, so maybe that is being allowed to expire because it's already a minute after. So,
Yeah, they did.
yeah.
They did.
Yeah,
let
they
that
did.
one.
They did cancel
Yep.
it. Okay, good. All right, great. So this one, it just has not came up on my hasn't cleared out yet. So just keep that in mind. That's been allowed to expire. And I'm going to go ahead and put this in motion over the past 30 minutes so we can just kind of recap what's going on here. We've had these storms rolling across the area. We've seen the tornado watch boxes peeling off. Warren, Fountain, Tippecanoe County, Park County out of it. You're not in the risk of seeing tornadic activity, but anything points to the east of this line, all bets are off right now. So still running into a lot of great energy, unfortunately, and we still have a tornado warning that's in effect for Clay County, and this one is in effect until 7:30. So we still have about 14 minutes left of this one. Go ahead and put on our storm relative velocity, excuse me. We're still seeing some. Again, this is looking a little farther up into the storm because it's still kind of far away from the radar. So it's in the tilt of it, just looking a little farther up. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Blackford, Grant, and Wells counties, and that is in north central Indiana until 8 o'clock. So let's go ahead and take a look at that area. And it is capable of producing a, yeah, it looks like I'm going to go ahead and switch radars here. It's capable of producing a tornado. So I'm going to switch to the North Webster radar here, and hopefully we'll get that warned area, but look at this area here. Just to the north of Cole, to the east of Sims, to the east of Greentown. You're not in effect of that. Let me put on reflectivity here. So Sims already had a very strong storm that moved through that area. Marion, Gas City, and Fairmont. You are going to see this strong storm moving in here shortly. Let's see, it's moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So let me go ahead and put a time of arrival on this one for you. Stand by with me, and there it comes. There's the warning. See, 25 miles per hour. That's close. All right, so Fairmont, it's over you right now. Marion, it's over you. Jonesboro, 2 minutes, and Gas City in 3 minutes. That's the time of arrival of this severe thunderstorm warning. It does have the capabilities of producing a tornado. So let's take a look here I'm going to back this up about 15 minutes just to see what it was doing prior. So our friends at the National Weather Service in North Webster were keeping an eye on this area because there really wasn't much with that one, except then the wind started really kicking up along the line. So we're seeing it bowing out a little bit, perhaps. And again, we know that there's some rotation within that near the area of Sims. So let me go ahead and circle that area for you. If you're in this area, this is south of Switzer. This is moving to the northeast in line for Marion, especially. Van Buren, you'll be next in line, but the strongest part of that rotation is going to be moving towards Marion. Gas City, you're also in line for this one. Okay, and this one also, let me see if I could double check this one.
County.
That's Clay County.
Continuation.
And it's continuing that. It's so slow, so they've had to extend that one.
I know, it's amazing how slow they are moving.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let me go ahead and clear this out, and I'll head back down to that Clay County area because that is where we have that tornado warned storm. It has not moved very quickly, and I'm going to switch back to the other radar here. We still have some rotation within this one, and it's heading towards Putnam County. So my friends in Greencastle, this is probably going to be south of you for the strongest part of the storm, but it's actually may just clip the southern part of Greencastle. That's good news, but Cloverdale, you're in line for it. Let's do a time of arrival. We'll do about 20 miles per hour on this one too. So this probably isn't going to take us all the way to Cloverdale. Yeah, Kegels Bridge, Mill Lake. Go ahead and clear that. Sean, you're better at that than me. I'm getting those time of arrivals that are, and they're so slow and trying to get those counties in.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the chasers. Looks like there might be a little bit of a funnel on that Clay County.
Okay. Let's
Clay
zoom back
County.
in there. Let's look at. I'll take a look at the shear then. The shear rate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, I mean, it's not. I don't think it's shocking that it's producing a funnel, but it's great to know that we've got spotters on it too. So
Absolutely.
and they're in tandem with the National Weather Service office, which makes this whole process work. We can look at things on radar, but when you have something that you can back it up, it gives them confidence to either drop the warning or extend it if they need to, and it's very possible that this thing gets extended into Putnam County. Although, yes, still moving very, very slow. But if the rotation holds, then yeah, we're going to be looking at Cloverdale within an hour. That just shows you how slow this thing's moving here.
Oh my gosh, yes.
But yeah, as you look north, definitely, a bit of a bow signature there. Certainly more lightning, but there's more of an arc in the shear rate up here. So
it's bowing out.
Yeah, it's bowing out, and that ups the ante for some straight line wind. And there's the severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for including Marion, and that's actually some of the highest wind readings I think we've had this evening.
What did you say it was?
I mean, that's over 50 plus.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
50 plus,
it is.
So.
That's definitely the highest because I wasn't seeing a lot of strong leading winds.
Yeah. So,
so it's ramping up.
That's definitely what prompted the warning. And then, yeah, we're just going to wait and watch this cell here. This little tiny portion there.
Well, it's interesting because it intensifies and then it weakens. It intensifies and then it weakens. And it's just moving so slowly that it has that chance to really continue just to keep spinning.
I'm going to see. Yeah, and unfortunately, that is in an area where we do not have a lot of NDOT cameras. There is one that's there's one that's in front of it that I'm going to try to. Oh, this might be a good one here. Stand by. So this is okay. That's NDOT 1. Let me go to. I'm sorry. That's NDOT 2. Here's NDOT 1. So this is the Cloverdale. So that's looking toward the cell. We will keep this camera. It's locked and loaded. It's full ready. And so if we need it, it'll give us a vantage point of that approaching storm here, and just so we kind of get our bearings straight.
Yeah, great idea.
Yeah. So this camera that we were just looking at is right in here. So the rotation is back here, and there you go. And they're going to have to probably extend this tornado warning, set to expire here in 5 minutes. Now, the only thing that may prevent them from doing that is if, they're getting the real-time info from from the spotters. And that, because you don't want to overwarn on these.
Right.
You don't want to overwarn, but you also don't want a tornado to happen and not have a warning. So it's a fine line that they're
gosh,
they're
it
trying
is.
to.
And with the National Weather Service, they are always they rate themselves on if everything came to actuality on what they put out there. So they don't put out warnings just to warn people for no reason. So they are very conscious of what they're doing, and they're our partners. And if we see something, and we can broadcast, they're watching us as well. So we know that they are staying on top of it, and we are lucky to have such a great relationship with them. I want to go ahead and go back to this storm cell that we're watching here in Grant County here that's moving into Marion. That's a pretty wicked one too, Sean. That's pretty ugly. I'll go ahead and put the IWX one on that one so we can see.
And by the way, I apologize.
No,
but they allowed the warning to expire for Clay County.
Okay,
so
great.
At least at this time, we are tornado warning free.
That's great.
We'll
see.
I don't want to jinx us, but
No.
we'll keep an eye on that cell.
Yeah, because we know it has a history of kind of falling apart and then rotating again and tightening up and then getting broader again. Okay, so I'll go back here to this. You can see where this one is kind of bowing out a little bit. It does have that capability of becoming, rotation within it. A tornado is possible. I turned off the warning just to take a look at some of the speeds of it, but now it's moving over to Gas City. Oh gosh, Sean, let's see what this one is. Okay, that's the expired tornado warning for Clay County. That just came through to me.
Yeah, and I think
I'm a little slow.
I think there was another report from. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. I thought I saw. I'm just now seeing the Jasper, Illinois one. I thought, but okay. Yes. No warnings right now. No tornado warnings right now.
Sorry.
No need to blame Sean right now.
Okay, so I do want to go back and we haven't seen a lot of lightning, but right now over Clinton County, my gosh, we're seeing a lot of lightning and very heavy rainfall over Frankfort. This is moving into Michigan Town and Kempton. Kirkland, you're going to see some heavy rain. These are moving off to the northeast. They're slow movers, so they are bringing copious amounts of heavy rain, likely 1 to 1.5 inches of rain per hour. And such, because they're such slow movers, they're dropping close to 3 or 3.5 inches of rain by the time it's all said and done. And we've been looking at some of the radar estimates, and I'll go ahead and put that on to take a look at that 24-hour rainfall here. Obviously, let me take this out a little bit, and the heaviest rain we know has been in really Benton County. Northern Tippecanoe County saw some heavy rain as well, and this is going to continue to increase with I think north central Indiana is going to still see the heaviest rain out of these storms. I'll take you back to reflectivity. Okay, so I just got the nod that we are going to do one more cut in here coming up at 7:30. And so we'll just give everybody an update on what's going on here. And we still have that one severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect here for Grant County, Blackford counties, and that's until 8 o'clock. So another half an hour. Again, because they're so slow, they have long warnings for them.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been the remarkable thing with this. This is just a, like I always say, each setup is different, and this, I mean, these are just turtles crossing the state here, slow moving. And I think even moving 25 might be a little too fast. I think they're probably moving more like 15.
Yes.
At any rate, yes, it's what causes some of these warnings that you were talking about. So I think we'll be close to probably the 8 to 8:15 window in the metro area here. So I'll get it to you for the cut-in.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're 30 seconds out, friends. So if you'll just stand by for us for the moment. We appreciate you being with us. Good evening, I'm meteorologist Kelly Green along with Sean Ash. We've been watching the line of storms that have been moving across central Indiana throughout the evening. We've had several tornado warnings that have been in effect. Right now we just have one severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Grant and Blackford counties. And I'll show you this one up to the north in our northern viewing area. This one is bringing some very heavy rainfall. I took the lightning off of it. We do have some lightning with it, but a lot of strong gusty winds on the front edge of this storm system, as well as the possibility of a tornado. So we've been watching out for the rotation within these storms. We are seeing some strong winds along that line, and that warning is in effect until 8 o'clock. So the next 30 minutes, these are very slow moving storms, and this line stretches all the way down just to around the Brazil area, where we had a tornado warning in effect for Clay County that has been allowed to be expired. but I'll go ahead and put the radar back on for you again. This is what we're keeping you up to date on, these very strong rotating storms that have the capability of producing tornadoes. So Sean Ash has been in here with me, but this storm motion here the past 15 minutes likely going to be making its into the metro area here around 8 or 8:30, depending on if they slow down or they speed up. So we're going to keep you updated here. We are on our digital platforms. That's Facebook, YouTube, as well as the Live Doppler 13 radar app. So please jump on with us if you'd like to get the latest updates. But if we have another tornado warning, we will jump on with you. But we'll see you again coming up at 8 o'clock. You being on with us. All right, so I've been cleared of that. So, okay. Taking a deep breath, Sean. This has been, wow. I mean, you called it yesterday knowing that this was going to be a very busy, active afternoon.
Well, I've been okay if that did not verify.
I know. I was hoping. I was hoping it was a.
You know, and we kind of mentioned it. You know, it's just this is why we have to. You know, we're constantly looking at data because, especially in summertime, because little subtleties can have massive impacts and change the forecast, and that's what happened today. The feature that's over us now, that's producing the storms, some of which have prompted warnings. Was not necessarily modeled to be over us. But the data and then just the radar and the satellite imagery I saw yesterday, I'm like, okay,
yes.
Yeah, we gotta you gotta change the messaging for tomorrow. And we knew at minimum we were going to have a much greater coverage of rain and thunderstorms around. And worst case scenario, we'd have tornado warnings. Well, we've had a little bit of both. Thankfully, not a lot of damage. So let's start on the southern cell that's been rotating. Let's look at the velocities here. There are spotters on this that have been relaying information. Not only spotters too. We've got the N.1 that we've been looking at. Can't see much of a contrast right now with it, but there are spotters on it. It has produced a little ropey funnel earlier. It produced a wall cloud near the Terre Haute airport. The storm that has the most lightning, and then we also should mention, as we've mentioned all evening long, outdoor events that are going on here. So
right.
Matchbox 20 at Ruoff, and then we've got Symphony on the Prairie. Those are just two of several. We've got Indy 11 tonight. These are slow moving. The one that has the most lightning, now mind you, anything on radar is going to have heavy rain potential. The one with the most lightning is near Colfax, near Thorntown. And I want to show you a vantage point with that. Look how low.
Wow.
I mean, this is tropical air. This is, this is almost what you see with a remnant tropical system. Really, really low cloud bases just because the atmosphere is so juiced up. And that's what, and I saw this thing producing similar radar results yesterday evening at this time near St. Louis, where they did have a couple of tornado reports through Missouri yesterday. So latest, the warning that we have it goes until 8 p.m. It's for Marion and Hartford City. And it is for wind with a tag of a tornado possible. And there is a little bit of rotation that is near Gas City right now. And I'll check a camera over there. But there's a little bit of rotation that's happening there. Let's look at our shear rate. Not overly strong. We've had it stronger with this. And correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the same? This is not the same cell, is it, that went through Linden? No, that's the one that's over Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit ahead of myself.
It was just taking off on its own.
Yeah. So, but we still, so tornado watch continues technically until 1 a.m. You can see they've already dropped some counties. Crawfordsville, you'll be next. Clay County, you'll be next. Sullivan, if you're watching us there, you're done. But once this axis of storms gets through your area, the threat of severe weather will be over. Until that time, you know, we could easily get some additional warnings, and that includes for the metro area. We cannot rule it out. Still 7:30, so we still have some daylight heating, still have instability that has not been used, energy that hasn't been used out of the atmosphere here. So until till the sun can go down, until the axis can get east of wherever your location may be, fair game for some additional warnings.
Yeah, I'd say that we've actually been really lucky. Is hopefully we don't hear any more reports of anything happening.
Correct, yeah.
But gosh, I tell you what, it's pretty impressive in a bad way what we've been watching on radar, and we're lucky to have such incredible tools to be able to really look into the storms and see what's going on, and at least, you know, and then we have the storm spotters at the surface really being able to kind of give us the heads up on what's going on. There's been so much heavy rain with these storms. Some of them could be embedded within a tornado, embedded within the heavy rain. But we've seen rainfall rates around 1 to 1.5, and northern Indiana not seeing quite as heaviest rain, but that area has, you know, just been inundated. I'll go ahead and take a little wider look and look at our larger mosaic just to see what's happening here. And I'll put this in the past 1 hour into motion, because you can really see the circulation with that mesocyclone that's just kind of spinning over Indiana, and it's causing that rotation in the atmosphere and all that tropical moisture that we have with it. Obviously it's showing some old warnings because I have the warnings on, so don't. The only warning we have in effect right now is the one that's for northeast central Indiana, and that is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is in effect until 8 p.m. because these are very slow storms. And I need to put back on the radar here onto the North Webster one here. And as Sean had mentioned, we are seeing a little bit of rotation within this one. We look at the shear rate. This one just kind of came together, and the North Webster office of the National Weather Service really caught this one pretty quick. So we are seeing that shear just that's likely moving over Gas City right now, heading towards Upland, perhaps towards Van Buren, but Mount Pillier, if this is extended, you'll likely be in direct line of it. Regardless, you're going to have heavy rain and some lightning, not a lot of lightning with it. There's already enough instability in the atmosphere, doesn't even need to take off with that. So we still have this severe tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning, but these are likely going to be expired well before then, because this main line, I'll circle it for you, is what we're watching out for. I'm going to go ahead and switch my radar back to IND. And it's really here, the strongest part, this area. All right, I'm not the best drawer, okay? But all of this pushing off to the northeast. So this one that has been moving over Brazil and now into Putnam County, I'll turn this off, is what's going to be moving into the metro area. And right now, they've only been moving about 20 miles an hour, so yeah, I think we might see it by 8:15ish into the metro area, Marion County. Likely going to see that one that's over. That's just south of Greencastle and Putnam County, over Cloverdale. It is not a warned area, but we have a lot of heavy rain with this one as well. And this is what's going to be moving into Indianapolis. So there's no lightning with that one right now. That doesn't mean that it won't ramp up to have some lightning by the time it gets into Indianapolis. As Sam had mentioned, Symphony on the Prairie, TCU. We have Matchbox 20 at Deer Creek tonight. So a lot of great shows happening tonight. And hopefully we can get these through and keep everybody safe and out of the line of any strong storms, as well as lightning is always a threat with a thunderstorm. And just we'll go back to the storm again that we have. This is again until 8 o'clock. So we still have about 21 more minutes before this one expires because it's slow mover, but they might expire at a time. Let me take a look again at that. Velocity, yeah, there's still some velocity with it. It's a very widely, it's kind of a broad rotation here, but it's definitely rotating. I'm looking at the shear rate. Yeah, it's moving into Marion and Gas City. I'll put the reflectivity back on this one. You can see very heavy downpours, likely some hail with this one as well over Marion and Gas City. I will do a time of arrival on the main brunt of this storm.
And I've got it on NDOT too.
Very good. I need to do that.
Coming into.
Okay, go ahead, Kyle. You can go ahead.
Yeah, coming into Gas City there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So looks like it's this, this camera.
It's bouncing.
Yep.
Well, in that area, you can really see the storm so well with all the farmland.
Yep.
I mean, I make a lot of trips up and down I-69 to Fort Wayne to see my family, and it can be pretty incredible seeing them come in from the west.
Yeah, and this camera just to the east of the storm. That's on approach.
Yeah, keep that one on standby because that is close. It's very close to it's over Gas City right now, so we'll see that here in the next couple of minutes, I'm sure, taking off.
And then we'll need to just keep our eye on this that same old cell that's going up. Riding right along 70, coming into Cloverdale very slowly. That's the one we'll need to keep an eye on too, because that eventually it still has some rotation. It's weak, but we always say it only takes one. It only takes one.
Yeah.
But there you go. I mean, it's right there. So there's Cagle's Mill Lake, and there's Cloverdale. And there's 70. So there's the rotation coming into Cloverdale right now. Now this again, it's slow moving. It has spotters, but it's the southern cell of this whole thing. And so the wind coming into it is not being impeded, not being interrupted or anything like that.
Yeah, you're right.
It's all on its own. Doesn't have lightning. Doesn't matter.
Right.
This is because it is a tropical setup. It just doesn't matter if we have. Now the lightning will tell us whether or not the storm's intensifying, but we are certainly getting. I assume there's some motion within that low cloud deck. That's happening there. So if we get a tornado warning, it's probably going to come from this one here. We'll just have to wait and see how this progresses as we move forward. But that's one we're going to keep a close tabs on here. Now, in terms of lightning, still the one over Clinton County remains the one that's been the strongest storm for most of the evening here. Still
it's
remarkable.
Weakened a little bit.
Still remarkable when you think how slow these things are moving.
I know.
I mean, really.
It's incredible.
This is here's. Let's just do this. Let's do leading edge, and let's do an hour. I mean.
Yeah. Barely moved.
15, 20. That's about it.
Yeah.
So. Very, very slow.
Yeah, I would think that we're going to get some reports of flooding eventually.
And now, boy, I tell you, this thing's getting a little bit of a hook to it on the radar now.
Oh boy, good eye. Yep, there we go. That could be something. Let's check.
That's severe thunderstorm warning. So it's continue.
Yeah.
But that's. Yeah, this.
Yep,
I don't like the looks of it on radar.
I agree.
It's got a hook. And it's got rotation, and it's coming up I-70. So all of those things combined here, when we may end up having to hop back on channel 13 here. We'll do it at the top of the hour regardless, but I'm gonna send it to you real quickly. I'm gonna see if I can get us a camera see if I can get that Clover. I think there's
Yeah,
a Cloverdale
there's a Cloverdale
camera.
camera. That's pretty good there.
Yeah, give me, let me see, I'm gonna pop up.
Go ahead, take your time. And by the way, thank you so much to Sean Ash for being here on a Saturday night with me.
Oh,
He's
there's our
amazing.
Cloverdale camera.
No.
Sorry. There's our Cloverdale camera.
wow.
So that's the one we've been watching. Remember, we had way more contrast on it when it was farther away. And so now it's over the
Yeah.
camera. So yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one that we'll have to, I suspect if we get another warning, it comes from that here, and we just can't give you a 100% on that. But yes, we'll watch this. We'll have to watch it until the sun goes down. But even after the sun goes down, here's one thing I will tell you about this mesoscale convective vortex. To get technical with you. I don't know if you saw the radar out of Illinois this morning, but the intensification of that system overnight last night was stunning.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it intensified greatly. In fact, let me do something.
Back
here.
it up.
Yeah, I'm going to take this
Yeah,
thing
I'd like to see it.
just to show you the progression of this. Let me turn off the warnings real quickly. So again, here it was this time yesterday evening, roughly. And then watch this thing wrap up.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, look at that.
That is incredible.
I mean, look at that.
It's like almost watching a hurricane.
I mean, so it had.
I wonder how low the pressure got. I did not see that.
It had a circulation center very evident on radar here.
Yeah, that's incredible.
So
we don't see that very often.
No, and I show people at home that because now, mind you, look where the center is. So it's north. It's lifting northeast.
Yes.
But the inflow into the storm is not necessarily going to diminish as much as I'd like for it to after sunset.
It's going to keep pumping in more ingredients on the front side of it.
Until we can get this axis right here, until that thing can get way east out of the state, I'm not going to feel very comfortable.
No.
Even at after dark here. And look at this. Look at this thing over. Yeah, look at that there, north of Lebanon. That's on that Clinton-Boone County line there. See what the shear
That's
rate looks
intensifying
like.
too.
Yeah, so that's the one that's definitely has the most lightning.
Yeah. But it had kind of died down a little bit. Now it's ramping back up again.
Yeah, and then look at it. So we're starting to get an increase on the strikes on the southern Putnam storm. That becomes, over time becomes an issue for Morgan and Hendricks, and it will become an issue for Marion County. Now that looks like it's going to be at well after 8 o'clock now, doesn't it? Because they've slowed down. They've slowed down even more. So we're probably looking at more of a 8:30 to 9. And still looking at some of those off-air parameters, Kelly. I mean, we still have, we have ample ingredients to produce spinning thunderstorms.
Yeah. And it still has the potential for that.
Yeah.
We continue to bring in the southerly winds on the front side of it. And even I'll go ahead and take a look at our visible satellite. We still have some sunshine left. This is showing, the areas in black are showing the areas where we actually have clearing. I'll go ahead and pause this here and zoom in. So over Hamilton County, Deer Creek area, we're still seeing the clearing right now. And that's going to change here shortly once these storms move in a little bit closer. But we have so much influx of moisture moving into it, and then these storms still have the potential to take off. Monroe counties, Brown County possibly.
Yeah, I mean, look,
East Central Indiana. I mean, Hamilton, Marion County just really could be a bullseye as well.
yeah, I mean, I just have an uneasy feeling, and I will have an uneasy feeling until this can get out of our viewing area.
Yeah.
It's just how it is. I mean, based on everything that's going on in front of this axis. We've been very fortunate so far, and I 100%. That's all I want.
I know.
I want to make it through this evening with no one's home being impacted, or no property damage at all. That's what we hope for. I just until this thing can go and get east, I'm just not going to feel good about it.
Yeah, I agree.
We may get some additional warnings, but that's why we're on, right now. I tell you what, why don't we do this? We'll do this top of the hour hit, and then maybe we just kind of reset for a moment after that, leave the radar up, we'll just mic down for a moment, just kind of reset, and then we'll hop back on the stream a little bit after that, but just kind of, you need to get some water, and we'll leave the radar up momentarily, and we'll take just a teeny tiny break, if that's okay.
That'd be great.
Because our man back there, our superhero Kyle,
He's
who's
been
driving
amazing.
this whole thing.
Well done, Kyle.
Who's had one heck of a stretch run of weekend weather events here. It seems like for the last.
He's
2
a rock
months.
star.
So.
We're lucky. We have a great staff.
Yes.
Melissa's helping. We have Rich Nye, who was in Montgomery County anyway tonight. I'm sure he's going to bring back more information of what the storm system that moved through Montgomery County brought, because that area also got hit with some heavy storms, and we'll see what he has to bring back for us as well. He was following an unfortunate house fire there that he will bring tonight at 11, but also likely doing some storm coverage for us as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so, as we look at this southern Putnam, not much of a hook now, and that's what I like to see.
That's great.
That's nice. Whereas earlier it did have a little bit of a hook. Now, farther to the north, this one definitely has you can see the hook there. So you look for the hook.
There.
Matches rotation, and voila, it does.
Yep.
So, and then you just make sure that it's not producing anything, which from a radar perspective it doesn't look like, but
that's the storm that's going to be moving towards Indianapolis.
well, this one's north. So this
I'm sorry. Which one are you on?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the Clinton County.
Oh, okay.
But still, yeah.
My apologies.
It's hitting Michigantown, Kirkland, and we got a camera. We got a camera in Tipton that this thing may intersect at some point too, which will probably get a ton of rain rates. So
The warning for Grant County, Wells, Blackford, that has been allowed to expire early, which is great.
Copy that.
There's still a little rotation. Well, I'm looking at farther up because I'm on the IND site. Let me go to the North Webster one. Yeah, it's not but it's still likely gusty winds, and a lot of heavy rain with it. We know that.
Yeah, let's check our cameras again. So this is the gas. That's the Gas City one, and then this is Cloverdale.
Oh
so
boy!
There you go. You see that?
Oh yeah.
That's the wall cloud. Mm-hmm. That is wall cloud. You see it right there, top of that's the wall cloud. This is great. So we can just watch this.
Yeah.
We know that it's been rotating, but yeah, that's it. So you can see that.
I think that's a great descriptor for everybody watching, so they can understand a little bit what we mean by the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, so you can see the flat base. Now, whether or not that is actually rotating,
it's hard to see from a camera
from this
view. If we had
particular
spotters
vantage
out
point.
there.
Yeah, but so we just keep an eye on that. I'm going to just tweet this out real quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sean is the multitasker. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at that Clinton County one again. And come back to that one, Kyle, just because we know that this one's actually intensifying again. So I don't love that at all for this one, because we're seeing likely some hail with it. Certainly the lightning is ramped up with it, and heavy rain with it. But let's take a look at let me turn off the lightning here. So we can take a look at this. I don't know, Sean, looks like we could see possibly some rotation in that. It's pretty broad, but over near west of Kirkland, south of Frankfurt.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah.
We could see something on that one.
Yeah, it's kind of a messy.
It is messy.
It's a messy setup, isn't it?
Tough to say.
Yeah, it looks like there's little pockets of rotation. I think the one we'll have to watch too is by New Ross, and Jamestown. That's going to cross over 74. In addition to the one we're keeping an eye on near Cloverdale.
Yep, I don't like that one either. Good eye.
Yeah, so and this is why we're doing this coverage here, because not a guarantee that we're going to get something out of these, but these suckers are. I want to call them more of a nuisance, if you will.
Let's hope that is just a nuisance.
But how about south of Thorntown? Yeah.
Oh, okay, I was zooming in on that New Ross one. You said Thorntown?
South of south of Thorntown. So yeah, these little embedded pockets of rotation, and both of which as we were just showing you the camera from Cloverdale. I mean, it's not going to take a whole lot to get a wall cloud funnel, and then it's just whether or not it can produce a tornado. But yeah, we certainly have got little areas of rotation within all these cells, and
definitely that one that is south of Thorntown, the shear rate has really increased over the past couple of scans.
Yeah. I mean, so, and as we've said, everything, probably tired of hearing us say it, but everything, the atmosphere still has way enough ingredients for spinning thunderstorms. There's the one, as we look at the one near Cloverdale, going to work back up. And there's the one that Kelly was talking about near Thorntown. So here's the shear rate. And you can easily see the one that has the most lightning, and that's the one that's over Clinton County.
Well, yeah, and that's that area that when we're looking at the thermodynamics of the helicity is impressive.
Yeah.
So it's starting to push out of it, but still an impressive area of 100.
Yeah.
But
so here's the deal on the stream, folks. Kelly's going to do a cut in on 13. We're going to take a brief break to kind of reset and give our folks here a little bit of a rest. We will leave the radar up. Kelly's radar will remain up. We will turn our mics down momentarily, and then we will hop back on. So hang with us. We will keep you safe. And obviously, if there's any warnings between then, we will be with you.
Good evening, I'm meteorologist Kelly Green along with Sean Ash. We've been watching radar all evening long for rotating storms that are capable of producing tornadoes. All of our warnings have been allowed to expire. We still have a tornado watch that's in effect until 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the areas in west central Indiana, you are now in the clear. But we are going to continue to monitor the situation. If we have another warned area that is issued from the National Weather Service, or we see something that sparks us to say, hey, we think this is a storm that's producing a rotating thunderstorm or perhaps a tornado, we will pop back on the air for you. We are going to be on and off of our streaming, and we'll be streaming live Doppler 13 radar for you. But we know these storms are capable of producing tornadoes, and we've had several tornado warnings that have already been issued this evening, but all of those warnings have expired for now, but we're still monitoring the situation. We want you to stay with us. You can stay here on Channel 13 as well as all of our social media platforms, and we will be with you no matter what back at 11 o'clock tonight.